Hi. Hello. Observe. In its natural habitat, the Corporation AC. Naturally, its natural habitat is on top of a building and overlooking a giant industrial construct of some kind. That's just what corporations do, you know? Be on top of buildings and observe great vistas of steel structure and construct. That's just sort of their whole deal in business and general function. Anyway, how's it going? I'm the Corporation AC. Currently fighting the Rubiconian AC in pitched combat to see who is better at being better. Unfortunately, I have no idea how this works. We won, though. That's good to see. Anyway, as you might expect, this is the continuation of the Arena Royale. We are in episode -3 if you are using, like, Python index. Actually, I guess it would be -2, considering they might start at 0. I don't exactly remember how Python structures its arrays. It might be -2. Interesting. Okay. Point is, our goal here, as it has always been, is to fight every single Arena AC as every single Arena AC. And we are getting close to the end of that line. Today's objective shall be the completion of the Corporation Rubiconian Institute and maybe even Nightfall. If you'll just bear with me for a moment, I need to update the database on which ones we've already fought. We just did Corporation versus Rubiconian. And with that, we may proceed. Proceed you shall, and proceed I shall, to the first of the fights as we try and get a handle on the Corporation AC. The problem with the Corporation and Rubiconian ACs is that they're not real ACs. All mine just sort of cobbled together parts that are vaguely thematically appropriate and just sort of hoped they would work. These ACs are not built by any rational mind to do rational work. They are the construct of basically just taking a bunch of existing designs and just sort of gluing them together haphazardly on the assumption that synergy is just an inherent part of the design process. It is not.
Target destroyed. Concluding it.
Which means that in such a vague, abstract AC like this, we need to step back to the vague, abstract notions of how the corporations would operate in general. And with that thought in mind, all minds analysis is probably where we're going to have to start with that. The corporations, generally believing themselves to be helpless against, like, nature and stuff, effectively try to subjugate and suppress their adversaries, let's say, via overwhelming force. We can kind of see this here in the use of the, rapid-fire bullet machine gun thing on our right arm, the rapid-fire laser thing, the vertical missile barrage, and, most importantly, the hovering laser deployable turret thing. In effect, we are trying to take a particular area and turn it into a wall of bullets flying in every direction. It's a very detached, sort of, corporate perspective on it all. But unlike something like O'Keefe, it's a lot more forced around just overwhelming pressure, but overwhelming pressure in a detached way. Deploying the drones, firing the machine gun, just unloading over time until everything is suddenly saturated with the infrastructure of your opponent's demise. You get your corporate lackeys to shoot lasers at the opponent to help win more. As far as the frame of the AC, it's a tetrapod. It's pretty fast and evasive, all things considered. I especially believe that fact because of how many times I've struggled to hit the Corporation AC in the rest of the Arena Royale. But this leaves us in an awkward spot where we want the active engagement of dodging a lot, but the detached overseer-esque tendency to just sort of sit there and watch. But the lasers and the bullets and the missiles and the drones deal with it. Which means that we need to both be extremely bored and extremely attentive to what's going on. A weird combination, I would say. I suppose if there's one power shot thing we can do, it's going to be the charging of the laser rifle. Which I've heard is, by people who have opinions, is not a very good weapon. I understand that it's not flashy, it's not like a big heavy cannon. I think it's generally alright. It's the linear rifle of the energy weapons, in a sense. So it's kind of outclassed by the larger laser weapons, which are just entire laser cannons of death and destruction. And on the opposite hand, by the laser shotguns, which are quite good at close range engagement. I suppose the laser rifle is more for the sustained middle range thing. But if you're doing a sustained mid-range thing, the plasma rifles are right there. Indeed, I think it is used here simply because it is generally purpose good in all ranges. If we were trying to be particularly close range with our fights, we might choose to be a little closer. Use a shotgun instead. But I think here it's used because it is simple and easy. It is the beginner's laser weapon. Which is fine by me because I am a beginner with the laser weapon. Hey Vega, how you doing? I see you've deployed Time Wizard in attack formation. Cutting through the arena promptly. As far as all of the remaining ACs, Corporation, Rubiconian, Tester, Trainer, and Loader 4.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system.
I think are going to be the hardest. I think Corporation and Rubiconian are going to be the most awkward because they're not real ACs. And don't really have any design considerations. And I worry for Tester, Trainer, and Loader 4 because they are very early game air quotes and unoptimized. But today we deal with the awkwardness. Preferably for the last time. All that said, I am appreciating the evasiveness of Corporation. It reminds me of Tidewater to an extent. Not perfect amount of evasion, not the same amount. It's slower, it's a little bulkier, but it does feel like home.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Because of the very finite and scheduled nature of the remaining ACs, I've decided to move the Arena Royale to an almost exclusively Wednesday stream thing. Primarily because, since that's the same day I stream with Acela, I need something small and simpler. And since for most of these remaining bundles of fighters, there's only 3 ACs, it means that these streams are going to be statistically shorter than usual. By 1 hour. The exception to this is, of course, today, where I have 4 ACs on the docket, but am allowed to drop Nightfall for thematic synergy if needed. Look at me actually putting consideration into my schedule on any given day. It used to be the case where on any particular day I would
Main system
go online and be like, what should I stream today? And then agonize for a solid hour over what actually I should stream today because I didn't plan in advance. And now here I am making decisions, choices, actual considerations for what I'm going to be doing over the course of one day or a week. Having a select time for particular streams. It's wild, but it's also pretty nice. Charge laser is actually a decent punish because it's easy to charge and does good damage because it's a laser weapon. Moving on to Candle Ring. It turns out the corporations might have been onto something when they said, hey, let's just put 1 million bullets into the problem and see if that fixes it. I also like how you can tell the very even split between, effectively, Balaam's departments and Arquebus's departments, because you have the 2 laser weapons, obviously Arquebus coded. Then you have the machine gun and vertical missile launchers, both Balaam specials. And then I'll look at the frame later, but I'm pretty sure this is an Arquebus tetrapod frame. And I don't know, there's other stuff here I could be looking at if I was looking at. I have a shield as well. Don't think I don't have a shield. If I do, you're seeing it right now. Actually, maybe you can't see my shield because your eyesight is busy being obstructed by your shield and also your corpse exploding. As described. Also, hi, Acela. Hawkins. It's a bit of a relief that the corporation fights will go swiftly. I was worried about it for its general awkwardness. Rubiconian, I think I might just melee kick repeatedly. They got the heavyweight reverse joint legs, and they're good for kicking. Funny legs good for kicking. You missed, buddy. Nope. You really do need to make sure that you get those drones out, otherwise you will not actually receive the benefit of all of the drones firing. Because, like, it takes a while for it to reload. You gotta make sure those drones are out. You can't just drop 2 drones and stop. You gotta drop all 3. Because then you can reload and get more drones. I wonder. I know the notion of a mass-produced AC is basically just like a MT, but slightly better. And there are no real mass-produced ACs that you see. You don't just walk into a room and there's like 5 of the exact same AC running. They're all categorized as MTs or some other general-purpose enemy weaponry. And I suppose the entire point of an AC is that it's highly modular. In fact, the closest thing that exists to a mass-produced AC would probably be the RAD's Loader series, because there's like several of them in the story trailer for Armored Core 6. And you also start the game in Loader 4. And with the modularity of ACs in general, you would expect maybe there was some default AC for like an entry-level buyer, so to speak, to just sort of get an AC to start with, and that, in my mind, is something like Tester. Because the Tester AC was almost that. It was kind of like a new production model product. But I suppose that for the corporations and such, ACs are probably purchased almost entirely as a full complete set. Like if someone's buying a Molander AC, they're getting the whole Molander. It's only like Mercenaries or like a corporation that's operated for a while that may want to swap out the stock parts for other parts that were stock for something else. Deep lore that I've made up for the purposes of this conversation. I don't know what the Armored Core lore is on the corporate side of things. Not that well, anyway.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, so Rokumonsen's gonna be a crafty one. I just remembered I can move while using the charged weapons because I'm a tetrapod. Thank you, tetrapod. It means that actually charging up this weapon is a lot less of a liability than I thought. Pretty good. I know there are some parts that were built for ACs in isolation, like the Firmezas and the tank ones and
Arena
stuff.
combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
And the whole point of the AC design specification is that the parts are modular. But I feel like in a world where the individual parts can be so modular that corporations can sell weapons or maybe even parts for ACs in isolation, that maybe there would be a market for just like a stock opener AC just to get your foot in the door. I guess that is Loader 4 in a sense. It's probably why we started with it. It was the opener. Kindly donated by RAD, or more likely, kindly donated by the Overseers and their secret hijacked RAD production line. I wonder how that's treated in the other AC games, because I would imagine you have a starting AC there. Maybe it's just the cheapest one.
Arena
Main system activating. Activating combat
Then again, I don't know, maybe Loader 4 isn't the cheapest one here. In the sense of the lore, I would imagine that the sort of cheapest fundamental stock AC, at least on Rubicon 6, is the Basho line. After all, those are basically modified MPs for combat. Or at least just a very early generation of AC. I don't remember exactly.
AP at 50%.
Oh, got me with the swing there, did you?
AP at
Well, unfortunately for
30%.
you, I have a bubble shield as well, and I can just sort of sit here and wait for a laser drone to shoot you in the face. Like so. I got a little scared when they actually managed to hit me with the blade. Those do large damage for some reason. Duel time. You think if All Mine shared this AC design data with one of the corporations would actually
Main system activating
care
combat
enough
mode.
to maybe build it? Do you think if this design was around in the public space that, like, O'Keefe or maybe Swinburne would be like, this is great, why didn't I think of that? And actually build this AC? I think the most likely candidate for this AC would probably be something like O'Keefe. Hawkins, I think, is a bit more hands-on. Swinburne, I think he likes his stun baton too much to give that up. Snail would not think this is high-tech enough to meet his demanding standards. And I think Freud would just think that his AC is better. Understandable, it probably is.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
You're not the only one with vertical missiles, you chump. Well, I stopped using the AC6 channel point redemptions because, well, now that we're so deep into the Arena Royale, it doesn't make sense to book particular fights because the fights are basically scheduled now. And they're just sort of a bundled deal with the ones that play a ranked match. I could return those, but I'm thinking of reformatting how ranked match streams go in general, so I just haven't brought them back.
At 30%.
I'm here with a mission right now. Shielded. Got him. And the bleep bleep isn't really warning, or isn't really working on me though. I could bring back the FCS alert, but that was more for like the high intensity fights of me fighting actual real world opponents in ranked. They don't really work as well here as a bait and switch. So I'm holding off until actually fighting real opponents again. They're still there, I just have them turned off.
Arena combat.
Turn them on with a flip of a switch the moment I do a ranked fight, and everyone can bamboozle me with them. It'll be great. But then again, is the meta really to use those kind of weapons anymore? All the box trots I've seen are using the, like, exogens and missiles. They don't really have any FCS alert-based weapons. And the other meta that I see, mass shotguns as always, they use shotguns. Then again, it's not like every single opponent I ever fight is going to be using the meta.
AP at 50%.
These fights that I'm doing as Corporation are getting a bit closer down to the wire than I would be
Main
hoping.
system activating combat mode.
Yeah, all I've seen, I don't know what the meta is. I don't go to like armoredforcefixmeta.net.org.gov and look up the current meta notes on what is and is not meta. So all I know for what I consider the meta is just particular ACs that I see a lot used by separate individuals. The categorizations of which are completely made up by myself. For instance, the box trot, as I refer to it, probably is not called that by anyone else but me. It is simply my name for it. If there's one bit of meta evolution I've seen, it's that formerly people used to use 4 shotguns. Now they tend to only use 2. Introduce like a shield or maybe a sword to punish. It's no longer just the extreme quad shotgun shenanigan that it used to be. The box trot definitely showed up around the same time they nerfed the pistol in that one update, right when I built Joyous Guard in its like optimized current form.
Main system activating combat mode.
And now that the game updated and the ranks reset, I don't actually know if the meta has shifted even further. Interested to see what ACs I discover. Not necessarily because they're the meta or not, but because I like observing, analyzing, and understanding my opponent so that I can solve the problem of finding a way to connect my bullet to their face. That's always been the fun of it for me. Like reading my opponent's strategy and sort of evolving around it. Haven't had to do that so much anymore because I've been like vaguely dominant in my general class of stuff. And I've run out of lessons to learn easily. So I gotta learn them the hard way by getting my butt kicked in by 7 box trots in a row. There we go. Carla is down. Dead Sled is around.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
You fool, I have home field advantage. I hit ya. I'm gonna hide here because I'm clever.
AP at 30%.
Darn it. Almost. Leave it to cold call. To cold call my bluff. The bluff being that I know how to run this AC effectively. But I am seeing problems with my strategy currently. I'm overheating the laser cannon. I'm not always dropping all the drones I can drop. I don't have a punish option available when they're staggered.
AP at 30%.
Come on, get staggered. They didn't get staggered.
Main system.
Peril to my
Activating
health,
combat
they
mode.
did not get staggered. I thought you just got a kick, apparently. Okay, remember the drones. Never stop producing drones. If you can produce drones, produce them.
AP at 50%.
I can produce a drone. Produce it.
AP at 30%.
Shield up. Produce more drones. Darn it. What FCS do I got in this thing?
Main system.
What's my
Activating
optimal
combat
targeting
mode.
range? Missed, but that's okay. Shield up. One more drones. There we go, much better. As always, a slippery sled like cold call is gonna cause problems.
Arena combat aptitude
Because he's slippery.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Deploy drones for Rusty. Now if Rusty ever does a melee attack, we win. I dodged your kaboom! Deploy the drones. I deployed the drones. Drone deployment successful.
Arena combat.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Alright, so this one, you just dodge it. Deploy the drones, dodge the fire, shoot. Charging up the punish beam.
AP at 50%.
Punish beam connected! Engage kick. Engage another kick. Yeah, so it turns out that getting stagger on someone when most of your weapons have poor tracking and your orbitals are not controlled by you, kind of difficult. You can't just fight with one hand tied behind your back. As much as I would like to charge up the laser rifle, if I lose the laser rifle, I'm losing like 1/4 of my ability to stagger someone. And it's statistical like that. help that I keep forgetting to fire the drones. Doesn't help that I get shot in the face by a linear rifle high velocity charge round. But if you can get the drones down and then stagger them, the drones alone can do big damage. They're like Caltrops, except you need to actually keep moving instead of stop moving. Lethal. Time for Snail. I don't remember. Does the Open Faith parts have like particularly good defense against energy weapons?
Main system activating combat.
I don't recall if that is the case. Feels like something Snail would do. It's kind of like the Zarin of the AC6 universe. Big fan of high technology, general sense of superiority to everyone. Only really counters stuff he considers high technology with higher technology. But low technology is his weakness because he doesn't respect it enough. Got him.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 5, rank A.
Main system activating combat mode.
Chartreuse is... I say this every time. Chartreuse is going to be interesting because area denial doesn't really work if you can't get close to your opponent. Unless it does. Maybe just like distance saturation to an extent, because Chartreuse is just generally not fast. Keep up the drone work.
AP at 50%.
Oh, they faded out the lack of earshot. There it is.
AP at 30%.
Solved. It was an interesting fight. Not particularly difficult, but very interesting. It really felt like I was actually doing long-range combat. Not like being long range and attacking someone, such as with missiles or some such, but actual long range combat. Like two snipers on the battlements of Kufort, duking it out. Except I was actually like 5 snipers, all with the huntsman shooting instead. I'm a little in danger of stagger, but so are you, buddy. Nice shot at the last hour. It really is interesting how the deployment of the turrets over the course of battle
Activating combat mode.
like linearly increases your lethality. It's weird, because at the start, I feel particularly weak with this particular suite of weapons. But as the drones show up, suddenly the tide turns in my favor, as if I'm gaining reinforcement. When in truth, they were my own reinforcements. It was me reinforcing myself. I'm gonna shield up just to be... How dare you! How dare you! He countered, exploded me. Michigan. Not to be confused with machine gun, though he does have one. Do you think the members of the Red Guns get to pick what river they're named after? Alternatively, do you think that they're named after rivers purely coincidentally? Like, they didn't plan for that to happen? It's just like, I don't know, Michigan and Nile got together and was like, hey, we both have names that are names of rivers as well. You want to make that a thing? So they got other people like Iguazu and Red and stuff, but I forget that's just like call signs that they all just use. Which raises an interesting question. What is their real air quote name? I mean, like, Walter's probably named Walter, as far as I understand. Carla's probably named Carla. But, like, is Michigan named Michigan? Even, like, the non-AC pilots, I think, have rivery names. There's Osawa, there's Kennebec, Potomac. I wonder how far that goes. Do you think they've had to, like, start including rivers on Mars in order to have enough rivers for all of the Balaam, or at least the Red Guns? I guess there are enough rivers on Earth, probably. I once made a picture of Michigan in the Intercept the Red Guns mission with a bunch of MTs, and I don't usually name the screenshots that I make of Armored Core just because they're all just good in a general nice vibey sense. But I did call that one Michigan and the Tributaries because I think that would be an excellent name for Michigan's band if he makes one. Well, as I just sort of casually talked about something else and autopiloted here, that's the end of the records section. Let's go to integration.
Integration program.
Good stuff.
Main system activating combat mode.
You can't hit me, I'm slightly too far away.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Shield up. Engage destruction. Destruction engaged. Armored Core has stopped working. The game has crashed. Okay, let's I mean, it's a good thing I have this screen. Well, let's hope nothing troubling happens as a consequence of this action. At the end of the previous session, return to title screen or quit game might not have been selected from the system menu. Failure to end session using either of these options may result in loss of progress. Yeah, no kidding. Alright. Scary part. Looks like we're good, okay. We live. Okay, so let's just continue as if nothing went wrong. On to Mind Beta. Everything's fine.
Main system activating combat mode.
I would really appreciate the existence of like a second save slot so that I may provide a copy backup of my save in the event that save corruption occurs. I unfortunately don't think that is a usable option. And altering the save system of a game usually is a complicated affair. So I don't know if it will ever be done. Still though, even like a little tiny external save, maybe not an export tool, but like a remove from the line of fire tool. Like an external backup of fire would be nice. And like I'm specifically asking for an official one such that the act of doing so does not result in unintentional bans from online fighting.
Main system activating combat mode.
Then again, I don't really see the harm in save alteration in particular, given that all that does is modify what parts you have available for purchase, and anyone operating in the ranked online arena nest is probably going to have all the parts anyway because they've beaten the game in full. That said, there is this like tight interplay between the campaign's progression and ranked part availability, which they might want to preserve. That was Alpha, that was Beta, that was Gamma. Yeah, let's fight us. We don't usually get to fight ourselves as the first AC partway into the stream because it's usually the match I start the stream with. But this time I started it with Corporation versus Rubiconian as some sort of like symbolic gesture of, I don't know, corporate invasion of Rubicon and the natives' general tendency to resist that in the Liberation Front and other such. I thought it'd be cool. Oh!
at 30%.
Whoa! Oh, I got annihilated! That was cool.
Main system.
Yes, I am
activating
impressed
combat
when I
mode.
get annihilated sometimes. That was a cool combo of just oblivion. I wasn't expecting it. I'm surprised it happened. No complaints here. Got him. Now it is your turn to be oblivioned, self. Mirror matchups are interesting. I would like a way to quickly just sort of forward ACs that I have to my opponent and my opponent to me, and then we just fight with the same AC. Just a sort of who wore it better competition. Okay, that was Corporation. We already did Rubiconian. It's time for Institute.
Integration.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Now my hope with Institute here is that Institute kind of stands still to do that scythe attack and will then get obliterated by many turrets. Like so. Yeesh.
AP at 30%.
I want to hold off on the shield because I know they got terminal. Now I can shield and basically win for free. Let's reload the machine gun while we're at it, just to really seal the deal. Deal sealed. Do you think sealing the deal comes from some, like, contractual thing where they would literally, like, enclose, like, a completed contract in, like, an envelope and put it in a thing? Or am I overthinking it? Maybe it's like the official corporate seal, like the wax seal press, to make it an official, legally recognized document of some kind. Like the seal of approval on a contractual agreement. Or like a royal decree or some such. Oh yeah, I forgot. It doesn't just say, like, including evaluation for that one. Alright, time for Ortis.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Yeah, that's right. Walk forward towards me. I'm surprised that's still hit. You don't really have a lot of options to hit me when you're far away there, Ortis. I know you like to play close range and deadly. Nope. Alright, Otis down. Wrong button. Time for Hal.
Main system activating
Rare.
combat mode.
Then you're going to rear. That was the wrong move, buddy. All my laser drones, they're just gonna stop you in your tracks when you pull a stunt like that. You missed.
AP at 30%.
Done. Armored core has stopped working. It has crashed once again. I do not know why this is happening. That's 2 today. And like, this doesn't usually happen ever. I wonder if something's gone wrong. Okay, so I'm gonna try and do a little bit of behind the scenes adjustment. Hopefully to put the game under a bit less pressure. The hope being that by doing this, the game will stop freaking the heck out and crashing as a result of whatever's causing it. This is a complete shot in the dark that I have absolutely no expectation will actually work, but I'm going to pursue anyway, like some sort of superstitious ritual. And in case you're asking, no, it is not updating Adobe Reader. I was wondering about how long this is going to take. Estimate's going to be about like 1 more minute. Actually, you know what? This would be the perfect time to start an ad break. Let's start an ad break. If things restore before the ad break is done, we'll go to tester and trainer, as is the normal protocol. Actually, I can risk it a little bit if you'll permit me the multitasking a little bit. I can do both. I'll have to sort of alternate back and forth between my focus, but we can make it happen. Okay.
Main system activating combat mode.
Quick tester trainer fight. Call that good. After the tester fight, or sorry, the trainer fight, I'm going to do another little bit of manipulation. It won't take long. I just need to actually do it. Then we'll do tester, and then we'll be fine. Everything is fine. We're still technically on schedule. Awkward as that is. Losing the dead sled multiple times. Game crashing twice, and we're still basically on schedule. Let's test her down. Okay, manipulation complete on one axis. Time to do some manipulation on the other. Seeing things, seeing this'll probably be a big help, at least to something. Ever just delete like 30 gigabytes of files? Just take out the trash.
Main system activating combat mode.
For those of you returning from the commercial break, hello. We did the tester trainer fight. I did a little tech support in the background, the kind of which I don't think will actually change anything, but I did it anyway.
Raven, I realized something while I was...
Main system.
I also
activating
realized
combat
something while I
mode.
was checking the program. That was incredibly easy. Even compared to other Echo fights, that was very easy. Okay, that is Corporation done. We can move on immediately to Rubiconian. Let's see, let's take a look at Rubiconian. We have the ever so reliable Etsugen. We have the Sweet 16. We have Weapon Bade. What is this? Maybe the electric stun thrower? And the box missiles, brought to you by RAD, I think. That's not Weapon Bade 2, is it? No, I think that's just missiles. Yeah, that's the box missiles. Cool. While Rummy loads in, let me update the database.
Welcome
Corporation
to the Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
complete. Oh, looking at the database, it seems like we had already fought
First subject
Corporation
EXC.
versus Michigan in the past.
Call sign.
So that's a
Invincible
minor mistake on my part.
Main system.
We fought that
activating
fight
combat
again.
mode.
Oh well. Alright, let's see what we got to work with here. We have mad jumps, because we're reverse joint. Okay, that is indeed the electric stun launcher, the grenade thrower thing. We're twinsies on the Sweet 16. You know, that stun thing actually provides some good stagger damage. And this thing is pretty powerful. So as I expected, this is very different from Corporation. And reverse joints are rare and far between. So there will probably be some adjustment as I learn how the heck. But I am interested. This kind of like single point major committal dodge at super high speeds. And this very close range brawler shotgun style combat that is enabled kind of want to stick to the Exogen and stun for as long as possible. Use the shotgun as a punish into kick, into another kick, into a shotgun again. Pretty nice stuff. Unlike Mad Stomp, whose shotgun is used for engaging the stagger, here it feels a lot like it's for punishing post-stagger. That might just be me, that might just be my interpretation of it.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation
Quint tends to
Program.
talk to me about card games and design. And in those discussions, he has at one point emphasized the importance of completely ignoring developer intent, quote unquote, especially when it relates to like cards in a set or like what synergies look from the flavor like they're supposed to be correct. And I get that. The developers obviously have some perception of how the pieces they've made are going to be put together. But it would be a massive stifle to creativity to believe that those are the only optimal ways to do it. I don't think the developers expected or intended Tidewater, like that particular construction, to be so good. But I do think that they allowed it to be good. They added it to the design space and let people do creativity with it. So, when I say that the shotgun here seems like it's good for punish, it's not because I think it was intended that way. It is how I am interpreting the art
Main system
of war here. Like, given these pieces, I have been tasked with creating a play style that generally works. And this is the answer I came up with for now. And that's really all I can say for certain. Like there, for example, that was a great time to use the shotgun to induce stagger. And then kick for punish. And armor cores would be nothing if not they were adaptable. That's truly the lesson here, I think.
Arena Comp.
Main system.
After all, if I had an
activating
AC that was
combat mode.
extremely good at one thing, everyone else could just stop me from being able to do that one thing. Jury is out on how I feel that the delivery boy is factoring into the equation of war here. Oh, that was interesting. I shotgunned as the punish and then kick follow-up because the shotgun does that, like, weird little quasi-stagger thing when you hit him in stagger. It's like when you hit somebody with a melee weapon, they get sort of knocked back a little bit in stagger, but stay staggered. It doesn't unstagger them. And, like, specifically, I'm referring to, like, the first swing in a melee combo that goes into a second swing. Like, such as with the knife.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system activating combat mode.
It's Z, huh? What's Z weak to? Being stationary. The ability to dodge at all. Not so weak to kicks, I would say. Okay, that methodology of the combo didn't really work. Okay, I'm also imagining a situation where you, like, invoke the stagger. Oh, that almost worked. And that very worked. I don't know how to really integrate the delivery boy into this. It's no doubt helpful, but I'm not really strategizing around it.
Arena combat.
Main system.
It's more like just an incidental help. Something I don't feel like I control all that much. But it's no doubt there and it's helping somehow, maybe. Certainly would help a lot more if I were getting the timing on firing it right and wasn't just firing it too early before the tracking is even done tracking. Kicking the shotgun at the combo in general is looking very promising. I like this. I like this.
Arena.
Not so neatly congealed, but this is fun to do. I am very much a fan of close-range, fierce combat, and I suppose it's not a surprise to people. So I was too high for that to work, but you can imagine me doing a kick into a shotgun combo there. That was what I was aiming to do. But I didn't aim my kick good, and therefore failed to do it. So we'll just pelt on the bullet damage and consider that a victory. Ready. Now I use the reverse joints to do maximum speed. Kick to stop them, shotgun to hit them. Stuff like that. Just stop them from moving. Even the stun can stop them from moving because it's got stun.
Main system.
It's got that electrical interference stat ailment. I've also got good dodges for their big weapons. You rammed me? Oh. Good job, Freddy. I didn't think you had it in you. Ow. Yeah, I need to kick more. I need to miss less. Maybe go for the charge due to like a wide spread of stun to make it more likely that any of them hit. I don't have a core expansion. Devastating news for me to learn right now. Okay, focus on evasion.
AP at 30%.
Got him. I learned a bit there. What did I learn? A bit. Okay, but in that fight, it taught me
Main system activating combat mode.
the importance of using the right weapon at the right range. I need to... Exogen's free. Just use that all the time. But, like, stun at distance and wait a bit. For an evasive opponent, you just need to make sure that you are eventually getting the stagger you need. Go forward with the big reverse joint boost. That'll give you some good opportunity. Charged weapon on the stun makes it more reliable to hit, but less damage overall, but that's fine. Ow, ow.
50%.
Okay, you're out of options.
AP at 30%.
That was a good hit just in dodging, and we are good. Keep in mind, the shotgun can deal damage to an opponent even when they're not staggered. Sometimes you just think of a shotgun as either a stagger punish or a stagger bar increaser. But no, you hit somebody with it, and their AP goes down. It's a wild thing.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
It is working. I'm getting through this. Rokumonsen time.
Main system activating combat
I see
mode.
you have a shotgun as well. Yeah, shotgun to me. Are stun weapons particularly good at taking down shields? I feel like, lore-wise, they should be, given the whole ice worm deal. Ow.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Ow. Ooh, that was close. I went for some good shotgun hits, but it was not enough. I've gone back here accidentally. Rokamon, sit up.
Arena combat.
Alright, let's see if I can win the initial clash this time. Okay, I'm gonna call that a draw. Goodness. That was good damage. And that was a good kill. I definitely got bailed out by the delivery boy in that one, and I greatly appreciate its assistance in this endeavor. Volta. Voltastic.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
There you are. Okay, let's go for wide stun shots mostly, simply because you are a wheeled opponent, and wheeled opponents tend to be able to just keep moving. Special delivery.
AP at 50%.
Kick.
AP at 30%.
Good Volta kill. A lot more of an entangled brawl than I was expecting. Speaking of which... Oh. Nope, sorry. I forgot that Pater was in between Volta and Sula. I was trying to make a good joke. Fool that I am. I'm sorry, Pater.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
didn't use the shield painter. I'm impressed. Definitely making this last few bits of damage hard to provide. There it is. Wide shot. There we go. Got the hit. Now we get entangled.
Combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
How did that miss? I'm flabbergasted by this. Much better. I kind of fumbled with the controls a little bit there, but we finished in the end. Thus allowing us to continue all the way up to, as if it's a particular distance at all, Chatty. Another highly suppressive one. We might have to suppress even harder.
Arena.
I'm gonna try and go for some good
Activating
kick.
combat mode.
Seems like it might help. See ya. That was a good combination. I guess that combination works a lot more better against somebody that has a lack of a shield. Shieldless. I just sort of sat there and played with my food for a bit. Tsubasa, however,
Arena combat.
will probably fall pretty quickly the moment I hit any powerful attack. That's just sort of the unfortunate truth of Tsubasa. I think it would be a phenomenal AC if piloted by someone else and had better weapons and better design choices, but you know, you gotta deal with what you got with the RLF. Ooh, good one. Shotgun to the face. Solves many problems. Especially problems of the face deletion category. O'Keefe.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Just a lot of kicks. Sometimes you can just get away with a lot of kicks. I wonder how the arena would be ordered, or how it would look ordered by appearance of the AC in the game. Making so few concessions or assumptions on the order that a player would choose to do things. For example, we can reasonably assume they would go through the tutorial, maybe check out the training room, before doing any particular missions of the campaign aside from the very first. And do we count the courts of Nightfall as Nightfall? Or do we only count, like, defend the one of the two missions that it's in as Nightfall? We would then also have to decide which of particular choice missions a person would do and in what order. For most choice missions, I think we can just make a reasonable approximation that will just be done in... Well, okay. I guess for choice bifurcation missions, we would just sort of sort them alphabetically, except for the final one where we just have to pick one ending and then the other ending. I suppose. We'd also have to ask ourselves if we're including Iguazu and Volta on the regular mission as meeting them for the purposes of arena combat, or if we have to wait until the alternate version to do that. A lot of choices to be made. But I think the most reasonable is going to be simply by order of when you first fight against them. Well, in the case of using the arena to simulate that fight, that's good. But maybe in order that you meet them at all would be good for, like, narrative significance. Like, O'Keefe is, like, smack dab in the middle of the regular arena. We've just gone past him, like, a fight or two ago. And yet, his appearance in the story doesn't happen until NG++. That's very far away. As opposed to things like, you know, Echo, which is both the last AC you meet in the campaign and in the arena. When you don't even fight. There's some variety there. Also high Capra. Oh! Oh! Ho, 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 ho. I got obliterated. That was a very impressive, like, 3-point combo that a Bolt Call did there. That was neat.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
Main system activating.
Underestimate your opponent at your own peril. Sometimes they pull out some crazy stunt like that, and you become amazed. And also turned into corn. Oh, bad. My best chance to stop the future is a kick. Easy. Got him with the delivery boy. I guess for the first salvo, you can kind of approximate the delivery boy as a slower Morley. Kinda. You really gotta squint at it, but you could treat it like that. It's treat like thatable, I would say.
Arena
Main system activating combat mode.
I tried to predict his arrival. Hit. Shotgun. Kick. Dodge. Don't have a core expansion of my own. Just hit him with the shotgun again, I guess. You know, it's fine. Got him. You know, another reason why I'm concerned about the tester, trainer, and loader floor fights is that we do not have core expansions for any of them, I don't think. Unless they were holding out on me. The tester fight. That student just didn't know what the core expansion button was when he fought us. To be fair, neither did I for the longest time. Alright, time for Milktooth. Close range brawler. With a flamethrower. That's the most brawler type of close range I can think of.
Arena com.
Main system activating combat mode.
I missed so many shots there. I missed so many shots.
50%. AP at 30%.
Yeah, this is going catastrophically bad. Compared to how it could have been going, this is terrible. That went badly, that went badly. This is going badly. Pick, please, thank you. Good.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Kick. Shotgun blast is good enough. Nihilist. Nihilism? I don't think so. I've decided against that joke. Just because it doesn't make sense to me.
Arena com.
Main system activating combat mode.
Internet Television has put out a notice of recall for that joke. It is being removed from stores, and if you could please, oh no, if you could please turn it in, we can give you a full refund. Maybe a substitute laugh, a bit of humor from something else if you are so interested. Or redeem for score credit for slightly more points per thing.
50%.
Nailed. I opened that fight horrendously, but I managed to unhorrendicize it by the end.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Ow! Ow.
AP at
I think the sheer amount of dodging I need to do might actually be a detriment to the reverse joints against chartreuse. Simply because I gotta dodge everything. Not just some of it, all of it. Repeatedly, one at a time. It's like a one weep every second. You can keep time to it. I'm kicking you. I'm shotgunning you. I'm kicking you again, and I'm firing a stun grenade.
at 30%.
I walked right into that. That was embarrassing. I am fully responsible for losing that fight.
Main system activating combat mode.
Psychologically, I think once you dodge something, you think that the thing that you dodged can no longer possibly be a threat to you because you dodged it already. But there are times when you can undodge something. That is a prime example of that in effect. Oof. Let the record show. Oof. Good enough. The end. Good recovery. Mayan.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
You dodged wrong. You should learn how to dodge trolls during Team Fortress 2. That would have stopped you from allowing me to hit you just then.
AP at 30%.
Ooh, I'm getting pinned down too much. Wait, 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 wait.
Target destroyed. This concludes A rank evaluation. Only the best of the best remain.
I'm letting all mine decree this. Victory canonical. Okay. All right. I'll take it. On to King.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, their shield's been overloaded. This is our time to strike. Just hit them with everything we have.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Maybe I got a little too ambitious. Or maybe I didn't get ambitious enough. Very good. With King, you really gotta just rush them down. Barrel through the shield, then when the shield's been overloaded by stagger, you just keep
Arena
punching.
combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat.
I wonder if I should, like, actually drop the weapons and do a stagger punch combo at some point. Oh, I neutralized your shield immediately. That was cool. Nice. I think I got a glimpse of what proper reverse joint dodge combat looks like. Because I was able to dodge backwards, use the stun launcher as I evaded, and then dodge forward to shotgun at close range anyway. I think that's what it's all about.
Final arena.
The ability to suddenly pick your range profile. And rapidly alternate it. I think that's what this AC is teaching me. The importance of being able to use the right weapon for the right range. And the ability to get the right range for the right weapon. It's something they teach you. And it's something I'm learning. Ow. Oh. Alright. Let the smoke clear there. You're over there now. For some reason. That's not the direction I kicked you. But okay. Well, with Freud down, we can go on to the integration program. According to the database, there are no fights we haven't already done. So we shall have no problem just barreling through all of them conveniently. This one's gonna be tough. The mines are gonna be tough in general because they're always doing that thing. Especially this one's got the whip. I've got a shotgun though. It got some benefits of its own. I sort of expected that result.
Main system activating combat.
Oh, but they hit that last dagger, I knew. Whip was in my future. Back. I don't think I have the AP to solve it. No, I don't. Okay, this one's gonna be tough.
Main system activating combat mode.
Because I can't get close comfortably. I gotta do something like that, and then get the heck out of there.
AP at 50%.
Ow.
30%.
Oh, the line missile. I tripped over it. I left the arena fight instead of restarting. My mistake. We've hit an unfortunate roadblock. Naturally,
Integration pro.
it's the master of punishing being in close range, Mind Alpha. Okay. I forgot to hit. Ow.
AP at 50%.
Good. Good instincts to fall back. Good. All right. We've gotten through the Mind Alpha roadblock. Now to the Mind Beta roadblock. Which I honestly think will go slightly better than the Mind Alpha roadblock, because I can actually stay in close range a bit. Sure, Mind Beta has a shield, but
Main system.
Mind Beta doesn't have the whip.
Combat mode.
Kind of an important detail. Indeed, I generally consider this to be going well. Second shield, huh? That's fine. Ow.
At 30%.
Gotcha. Delivery boy. Running the combo. Okay. Time for Gamma. Gamma is a bit more evasive,
Integration program.
so doing fast damage is possibly out of the question, while still retaining the shield. All that said, though, Mind Gamma's first order of business is to run at me in a straight line. I ate that, unfortunately. You know what would be a funny opening? Starting with the delivery boy. I ate that one too. Unfortunately, they were unable to make me eat anything else. Unfortunately for them. Okay, that's Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Let's go through the corporation fight. We're ever so slightly behind schedule, but we can't really be blamed for that.
Integrate.
Main system activating combat mode.
I mean, maybe we can. We either get stuck on Mind Alpha for quite a while. If we're being fair. So, how come the Rubiconian AC doesn't get a core expansion, but Corporate does? Feels a little unfair. If there's supposed to be two sides of one coin, or maybe it's more of a matter of the Rubiconian. I don't know. How the heck? How the heck are these missing? Is it just something I'm not fundamentally understanding about how the kick is a reverse joint? Maybe. Still got through though. Okay, mirror matchup. Hello, self. Would you like to have a self fight? A self strife, if you will. I struggled to find an S word that was a synonym of fight until after I said the original sentence.
Integration program.
Main system activating combat mode.
So that, shoot that. Shotgun kick. Okay, I think the situation is that because the reverse joint kick happens slightly later because it has to rev up, you can't actually kick at supremely close range, otherwise you'll miss probably. That was devastating to them. Devastating to them. Ow. I think sometimes I forget to keep firing the estrogen. Too focused on everything else. They're down, though. Next up would be Institute. The scythe is going to be inconvenient, considering how close I want to be. Other than that, I don't anticipate too many problems. Didn't get the combo fast enough for it to be real, but Institute very kindly just sort of sat there and ate it. Term. And that's term limit. Trying to keep up the pace in order to properly maintain a vague semblance of the schedule. I don't think I'll get it perfectly, but maybe we can. Hello, Nightfall. Look, you're gonna charge right at me. That's what you like to do. Sometimes, at least. Good for it.
50%.
Got him. There were cool moments in that fight, but I'm trying to keep up the speed. Let's go to Ortis.
Raven. Oh.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, so Ortis is gonna fire at me at like a straight line. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bungle. Good counter. I don't know what Delivery Boy's doing right now. They're somewhere else. Given the opportunity, shotgun is good effect against someone so close.
50%.
Good hits. Terminal is enabled. Shotgun. Done. Out time.
Raven.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, Hal's a bit more stationary, which works and is beneficial in a different way. Kick. Nice combo. That's the kind of wacky stuff that you see people who are used to using shotguns do.
AP at 50%.
Done. We are going to be slightly behind schedule, but I'm going to ignore that and go straight to the wrong button. The Echo fight now. I'm making a calculated risk by doing this.
Main system activating combat mode.
A gamble. Ooh, did not have enough room to dodge far enough back. That's unfortunate. Ow. Ow.
30%.
I reiterate. Ow. Okay, this gamble's not paying off.
Main system activating combat mode. AP at 50%.
I think I missed the shotgun because I was too close.
At 30%.
The Delivery Boy Kick combo! For great success. Alright. Now our scheduled moment. Trainer and tester. Not necessarily in that order, but will be in that order in this instance.
Integration program, Alpha 2.
Main system activating combat mode.
They really are. They really are activating combat mode. You don't think about it, but truly, combat mode is being activated there.
Main system activating combat
Final
mode.
fight of Rubiconian. Alright, you know, fair. Anticlimax. It is Tester. But having watched Tester in action there, it's making me increasingly concerned for when I eventually have to fight as Tester. It's extremely slow. It's supposed to be your introduction to the concept of fighting ACs. And you can tell. Spooky stuff. Spooky stuff. But that's fine. For it is time we go on to AC number A3 today. The ever enigmatic Institute AC. A rarity for ACs in the arena, in that it has terminal armor. Very new, very exciting. Checking the intermission. And alright, I think we're good. Okay. Time to do the Institute fight. Oh, foolish me. I forgot to do the checklist.
Welcome to the Arena Combat
Rubiconian
Aptitude
is
Evaluation
complete.
Program.
Institute is clear and empty. We have no complications there.
First subject
We
is
may simply proceed. Now, how do we fight as Institute? I have no idea. What's our weapons? We've got the Plasmator. So I guess we just shoot that a lot. We've got the spaghetti missiles, and we have the scythe. Honestly, I'm just gonna treat this like a melee AC. I'm gonna go Old Dominion with this. Also, what is this targeting speed? Wait, actually, very likely this thing probably has the Acellus targeting system. Yeah, I'm gonna go just mass melee. We're going mass melee. We'll throw some plasmas in there for good measure, but it's melee time. This ain't how the Institute AC operates typically, but it's how I'm operating typically. Also, Capra, I see that you've expanded your repertoire of dancing emotes to just throw into the chat. Got like 4 unique ones. Yep. That's how it's going. That's what we're doing. This is melee mode. It's time to mail. I basically gotta pretend this is Old Dominion. Just go for it.
Arena
Part of me
Combat
wants to make sure I have the scythe for the stagger, but no.
Main system.
That's a
Activating combat
trap
mode.
of just me not doing any damage whatsoever. Destroy. Got him. Just decapitated them at long range. I don't remember which of the scythes are good at uncharged attacks and which one is good. I think the sentiment that I understand is that one of them is better for uncharged slashes and one is better for charged slashes. But I don't remember which.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Oh, that's a good introduction to a battle if I ever seen one. Just hit him with the scythe twice. Hey, what if I charge this a little bit? Not bad. Oh, and it doesn't overheat when I do that. That's a great benefit. I should consider that more often.
Arena
Main system activating combat mode.
Opening shots there. I can almost treat the scythe as a bazooka. Super shot. And I also need to remember that the Institute AC has a lot of good staying power because its armor is pretty good. Like its defense against particular things, its stats, its armor stats are pretty good. And it's got terminal armor. So to an extent, it can muscle through a lot of stuff. Arena.
System activating combat mode.
I know, fun thing to do against Z, I think, is, because I'm pretty sure Z doesn't jump unless necessary. You probably just hit Z with this. Kinda worked.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
I bet plasma will eat your shield. Well, the shield was eaten for it, so let's do some attacks. That's some good attacks. That's a good attack. Super strike. I mean, it connected. Missiles connected too.
Arena combat apt.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hey, that's a new person. It's been a while since we've had a new person. Hello, Mech Dude the First. I understand why you're here, given the name. A quick rundown of what is going on. I'm fighting every single AC in the arena as every single AC in the arena. Right now we've gone through everyone up to Institute. So I'm doing Institute against everybody. Institute's a pretty odd one for me. It's outside of my comfort zone. Liking the scythe though. Kick. Scythe. Crossed out. And we move on. Ooh, nice. I'm interested to see what you've done to make that happen.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 21, rank D.
What's AC Miku like? Tell me about this. Or alternatively, set up a room and I'll fight it real quick. Okay, I'm starting to get a good idea. Very, very telling. I will be using my main AC in this fight if you choose to do that. Okay. Done with. That was Candle Ring. Let me just chalk that off the database. We have finished Institute up to Candle Ring. Check that off. Set my AC to my good old cherished boy, Tidewater. Go to your fight. There it is. Alright, I want to see this thing. There it is. Miku Beam. Aha! Double Wooger. Oh, not double Wooger. One Wooger. One Leak. The hair. That makes complete sense. Luck. Also, I'm very excited just to see it in action. So we will. All right. So generally looking at it, the Wooger is definitely going to be a short range thing. The laser cannons, you can sort of charge them and then release them to do like incidental damage. I don't know if you're going to do super beam or regular beam. That's the mix-up. But the Wooger and pistol at the very least suggest that this is going to be close range until it's not. Oh, right, those are the shotgunny boys. I forgot those are the shotgunny boys. Those are useful at any range. Fortunately, I lived. I only survived that onslaught because I killed fast. But what if I didn't? Yep, you get lasers. Don't worry, until I'm fighting Hatsune Miku before your very eyes. Boom!
50%.
It's good. It's intimidating in how much aggression it can put in. Unfortunately, Tidewater is specially designed to punish people walking towards me. Hold on, let me get Joyous Guard. That'll be a nice, like, more balanced engagement. Here we go. Miku up. Because now I'm required to get in close range. That's going to be a problem for me. I'm looking forward to it, Estella, and I hope to forever push forward you having the time to do it. So, what's the Wooger supposed to represent in the Miku construction? I'm not exactly certain. I recognize the laser pistol as the leak, but not the Wooger. Ow! Ow, again.
50%.
No! You! I ate that. Unfortunately, you're eating this. Oh, nope. Too late on the knife. Uh-oh.
30%.
Ah, too far! I shouldn't have counter-assault armored. I should have just waited and then shot you up close. That was my error. This is fun, though. This is a fun AC to fight. No! You. Uh-oh. Oh! Nope, 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 nope. Stop using the... He kept spamming the knife. Alright, we're 1-1. I gotta go for a third option here. Alright. You're getting Old Dominion. If you want to swap, I can go back to Tidewater. Alternatively, I can just stay as Old Dominion to see what happens. But this will be the final fight between us before I have to go back to winning the arena. It's on you. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. Okay, looking at what you've moved to, MSO9. We've got the Jet Lance, another melee weapon, a Majestic, the double tracking turrets. I don't think Old Dominion is the correct choice for this. I will stick with it, because I may as well. Actually, I think this is an abysmal choice against someone with the Open Faith frame. Ah, of course. Bring it. Okay, I understand the situation now. Wait, why did you stop? Hello? Whoa, 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 you're back!
At 30%.
I got bamboozled! I got bamboozled! How dare you? That's the combo. Gotcha. All right, we're making this work now. 1-1. I like how we both ended up going for a very melee-oriented AC for this. Uh-oh.
AP at 50%.
Nope. Proceeding. Oh!
At 30%.
Ah! Oh, the majestic. Very good fight. Very good fight. All right, I'm going back to the Arena Royale. Good stuff, good stuff. I am happy to see it. Thank you, I will. You can't stop me. Okay, back to Institute. We just finished with Candle Ring. We now move on to Reconfig. I'm unilaterally declaring fun.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
The wing. Am I being too passive? I think I am. Engage violence. I was too far away. I did see that. You entered the stream doing that. It's how I noticed you existed before you said anything.
AP at 50%.
I see.
Target destroyed.
Miku's on tour, is it? Miku's on tour.
Arena combat app.
Main system activating combat mode.
Plasma. I have to figure out how Institute works. This does seem to just be the pattern. Incidental damage, get some sight hits in. Once the Sagra's close to being done, you can use the plasma or the missiles to finish it off, and then use the sight for a nice 1-2 punch to almost finish, because they had slightly more AP than I was expecting. By the way, Headbringer has been eliminated.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
Pokemon Sen might be a little difficult. But would I lose? Back up. Successful backup. More plasma to keep the stagger. That's definitely what I'm missing.
AP at 50%.
Maybe a kick. Hard to land. There we go. Deposit, Monsen, time for Volta.
Main system activating combat mode.
There you are. Hey Volta. How you doing? Still rocking that tank, I see. I guess one of the problems with fighting Volta is that his weapons are very good if you are stationary, such as when you use the sight. They'll actually get very, very open and vulnerable to attack. Unless I kick, that'll stop them in his tracks.
AP at 30%.
Oh, you countered my kick with a kick. Wise. Oh, let's Volta out of the way. It's time for Pater.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
Bring it, Pater. You're not ready for me to attack you with two scythes. It's one scythe, but I attack you twice. That's the trick. Look at the Pater to be hyper evasive. That is a specialty of Pater. Beam. Miss. I'm gonna lose the Pater simply because I can't hit him. Maybe I need the charge of this. Larger area of effect. I should have just gone for the regular. I don't know why I charged it up. All it did was give him time to put out his shield. There we go. I knew it! I knew if I just kept shooting the ground with plasma, they'd try to melee me. Oh, get countered. Get psychologically profiled, Pater. You've just been predicted. Still a moment.
Combat app.
Main system activating combat mode.
Still it down. He got desuled. Now it's time to fight the other fast bulwark of missile barrage.
Arena Combat Aptitude
Circus.
Evaluation Program. Number 14. Ranks.
Main system activating combat mode.
You know, for a little bit there, I had the impression that Circus wasn't moving, but I think they were just moving directly forward towards me. There was a wild optical illusion. Ow. Let the record show that ow. Your Honor, ouch.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program. Number 13.
Main system activating combat mode.
Wait, it just occurred to me. I'm using a coral generator. I've got a red line generator, probably. I'm not used to that red line generator.
AP at 50%.
The way I understand the red line generator's like operations manual is that you basically can't regenerate EN, but when you regenerate EN, it regenerates to full basically instantly.
AP at 30%.
So the idea is that you're going to be running out of energy, but if you schedule when you run out of energy, you can use it to good effect. That's basically how I understand it. I think that was the first activation of terminal armor on my side using Institute. Primarily because I forgot I had it up until that point. Good job for making that happen. Did I just fight Baron Flower, or...
Arena.
Main system.
I'm already autopiloting through this. I don't remember who I have and have not already fought. If I already fought O'Keefe, I just fight O'Keefe again. It's fine. I don't think I fought O'Keefe. Primarily because I don't remember them blowing around a lot. I also don't remember them having a shield, but what do I know? Apparently not who I just fought. I do remember them being in the sky quite a bit. My previous opponent. That's it. That's all I remember. Oh, it forces you to turn back around to look. Okay. Well, whoever I fought previously, I fought O'Keefe now. And that's done with. Time for Carla. Carla's going to be an interesting fight because I can't really
Arena combat
like
aptitude
overpower Carla. Carla's very bulky AC. I only have energy and plasma, and the one weapon that does decent damage forces me to stop, which is not what you want when dodging all the dang missiles. So I think for the most part, I'm gonna be limited to plasma and missiles, and not the sight, except for those like brief windows of opportunity where I can. So let's take this slow. Yeah, like there, I sight, bad move indeed. Okay, all air missiles are accounted for. I can sight once. Gotcha. Okay, that is Carla complete. Time for Dead Sled.
Arena com.
Main system activating combat mode.
It's stuck in a wall. Get plasmid while stationary. Oh yeah. Whatever. Redlining, that's fine. Redlining is fine.
AP at 30%.
Done. A rare instance of cold call going without any problems whatsoever. Time for Rusty. Rusty time. Time where Rusty happens and it is destroyed. Prospectively. Prospectively, Rusty gets destroyed as a consequence of
Main
this.
system activating combat
I don't know if that happens. It probably does. I feel confident in my skills. If I were gambling on the outcome of this match, I would say me winning is a very good possibility. Me winning ever, also a very, very good possibility. It'd be really weird if for some odd reason I just never am able to win the fight Institute versus Rusty. It's like a weird statistical anomaly that just never happens. It's also not particularly fair to call it purely statistics. It'd have to be like some weird psychological gap in my skill set that I just can't wrap my mind around beating Rusty at Institute, of all things, while simultaneously being able to beat everyone else with everything else.
50%.
But we are not in that timeline. Rusty is down.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system activating combat mode.
Big plasma. Big plasma. The plasma is large.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hey there, Nile. As someone very grounded, I can do charged scythes as gift openers whenever I feel like it. Yeah, Nile does not jump unless he has to. And he usually doesn't.
AP at 50%.
Done. Time for Snail. Snail shouldn't be that much more difficult so long as I don't redline at a really awkward time. Provided I don't.
Arena.
This should be easy.
Main system
Albeit
activating
slow.
combat mode.
I'm charging up. Come on, come on, use the jet lance, I know you want to. Well, you used it. That is what I told you to do, so I can't really complain. I put in a suggestion into the Archivist suggestion box. Snail looked at it. It's like, I suppose I could integrate this into my plan. And then he did it. Done. Chartreuse will be easy, provided I am patient. If I am not patient, it will be slightly less easy. For all I really need to do is stand back and spam the missiles. And a little bit of plasma, particularly charged, I think would go well here. And if I do that, I win. But also, I want to go in with the scythe and do cool scythe stuff as well. So, like, I'm at odds with my own self here. Like, I want to do that. And this. But it's not tactically viable. really should not be going for double slashes. Like, singular slashes might be a good compromise.
AP at 50%.
But then again, nope. You are making the mistake, Exception. Fall back, stand back, just let it happen. Let victory occur, you fool. This fight is a machine that turns fighting into victory. Don't mess with it. Let us hope you have not already messed with it so much that victory has been taken away from me. Thank you. I don't actually have good psychological intel on how
Main
much
system activating combat
Dolmayan jump. Primarily because in my mind, I'm the one trying to be above Dolmayan and he comes up to counter me. So what happens if I do this? It hits. Good to know. How did I miss with that first one? I'm embarrassed. Just stand still and hit him. Charge, I think. Yes, indeed. Good. Sometimes your machinations actually make you lose. You're tempted, tunnel visioned into doing a particular thing, when in truth,
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
you
number
should
3.
be evaluating other options as the
Activating
situation
combat mode.
develops. Backing up. This is King, so just deal damage. Shields up, but that's okay. The shield's down. Destroy. Oh, he's destroying me. Did not subscribe to that. Okay, now they're gonna pop my terminal armor. And at that point, it's gonna be a race to see who can destroy the other quickest. It was me. Didn't even get to the terminal step. But I was already basically operating as if I had a time limit. Me getting hit eventually was a foregone conclusion.
Arena Combat
Even if it didn't happen.
Main
But that's
system
only because I
activating combat
interrupted fate by winning the fight. Life hits you with a tragedy, but you performed the perfect parry input. Oh.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Come on, Michigan. Show your pride. So I can destroy it.
Final Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation.
Main system activating
Right
combat
time.
mode.
Ooh. Good one. I fell victim to your ploy and scheme. Wait a minute, I'm losing. How can this be happening? I can't let losing happen. There we go. That's Freud. We can start going through integration.
Integration program initiating phase.
Now, nominally, I'm behind schedule, but because of how I did the gamble earlier, we're actually not as behind schedule as you would think. Even with the detour to fight 3 fights against, well, 2/3 Hatsune Miku and 1/3 a Gundam reference I did not get because I don't know much about Gundam. Actually, quite on time. Ow.
50% AP at 30%.
Ooh, plasma shot while boosting in for a kick is an interesting idea. I'm glad I invented it just then. Find beta.
Main system activating combat mode.
Int. Got another one of those, do you?
Light hand ammunition at 50%.
I've got 2/3 of a mind. One left. Well, 1/3 left. But like I'm using a third as like a unit there. So one of the thirds. So just one left.
Main system activating combat mode.
You missed. Got him with the plasma. Sometimes just need a little plasma. Okay, Alpha Beta Gamma's done. Let's do Corporation Rubiconian.
Integration program. Beta 2.
Main system activating combat mode.
Phew. That's good. Satisfied with this result? I'm for Plutonian. Going good.
Integration.
Main system.
Given how fast
activating
Institute's
combat mode.
going, and given how fast I expect Nightfall to go relative to Institute, I think I'm going to make the call that I will proceed with the 4th AC fight today. I will do Nightfall. This will tee us up for the pair of trios that will finish off the collection and the completion of the Arena Royale as initially designed. Which is exciting. Wait, I just fought Rubiconian, so now I fight myself. Okay. I forgot about the fight against myself. I, for some reason, thought I would go straight to Nightfall, but no.
Integration program.
Main system.
I gotta fight
activating
me.
Combat mode.
How am I going to defeat me? I think the trick is dodging good. Maybe using the charge weapon more than my opponent would. Ooh, looks like you're having a little trouble there, me. Wanna maybe consider your actions for a second? The end's redlining a bit, you might want to look into that. Alright, now we just basically win. All I gotta do is be vaguely close and then do a charged plasma shot at myself, like so.
AP at 30%.
Let's try another one. Oh, you're over there, so let's walk here, do it. No! Alright, that's it. I'm shooting you with an actual gun. I'm aiming now. Okay, maybe I got a little too arrogant. I won't deny that. That's what I was talking about earlier about tunnel vision. I tried winning in something other than literally winning the fight. try that again, this time with a little less arrogance. There we go. Now we have hit the schedule point, so we will do tester trainer. As is standard.
Integration.
Then we'll just go Nightfall on.
Main system activating combat mode.
On there. Time for tester, and I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not gonna wait the requisite 3 minutes. Because I am still behind schedule in, like, literal duration of the entire stream. I'm not behind schedule in terms of individual ACs, but I am behind schedule in total. And I'm starting to reconsider my decision to do Nightfall now. Like, I don't know if you know this, but at the start of the stream I mentioned that I specifically intended this to be a simpler stream because I have to stream later today with Stella. And I only got so much EN in me for stuff. Most of the remaining Arena Royale is 3 ACs per. This is the only one with 4. Enter Nightfall.
Integration probe.
Main system activating combat mode.
Gonna do that. It almost worked. I actually think it would have hit if I waited a little longer for Nightfall to get close. Got him. Yeah, I reckon for the rest of the stream we're gonna be all business, just going through these fights as fast as possible. No arrogance, no time for that, just do the fight.
Combat mode.
Just don't mess it up. Might be messing it up. This is me messing it up! No! Stop, self! This is not what I intended! Okay, okay. We have the advantage. Let's charge up a plasma shot. Cut through. That one came down to the core expansion interactions. I had the advantage the moment their terminal popped before mine. So no matter what they did to me, I would have 5 seconds of open air to just hit them. I was expecting to use the plasma shot, but that they were meleeing me, I could just do it simply with the scythe. Made it a little more easier. Robobo, hello! I'm being rated in case that was not clear because I don't have any Twitch alert to denote that fact yet. I'm working on it. I'm not actually working on it, but I will work on it eventually at some point. I promise. But also, hi, welcome. How was being a maid yesterday, I should ask?
AP at 50%.
No comment? Okay. There's the comment.
AP at 30%.
It went well for me, I think. So I'll treat that as having gone well for you as well. Alright, final Institute fight. Then it's time for Nightfall.
Raven.
Main system activating combat mode.
This is kind of like a mirror matchup, but it's sort of like you versus I'm you but stronger. And Echo's the stronger, unfortunately. Plasma.
AP at 50%. At 30%.
Now, one advantage I have is that Echo does not have terminal armor, so I've got a bit of leeway. If you only fought Echo in the arena, you might think that Echo has no core expansion at all, but that is not true. Echo has the pulse protection, but just never uses it. Tsubasa has pulse protection, but uses it. Echo does not. Okay, that is all of Institute. We may now move on to the final AC of the day, Nightfall. Nightfall is interesting because it's basically loader for you, but stronger, more well put together, more efficient. Just overall better than you. Even the pilot's cooler as a mute protagonist, despite it being a mute antagonist. Looking at the database as I check off the former results, it seems like we have already fought Steel Haze, so Rusty's already been taken care of.
Main system activating combat mode.
Very interesting specific consequence, but that's fine. So, how do we play as Nightfall? Well, the answer is we shoot a lot, and then we can do the funny. Actually want to see how viable the funny is in these circumstances. Okay. Energy production's a bit on the lighter side, so we do need to be careful. I think hits are fair game. We don't have as many tools to get like reliable setup for the funny. Maybe the missiles, I don't know. That's a funny. Now in practice we should do the funny faster. It only works because Mad Stomp didn't dodge. But he had time to. I think that's going to be the problem of doing the funny. We might just want to treat the funny as a regular, like, just stronger punch. But it is funny. It's really funny.
Main system activating combat mode.
Alright, Hermit, bring it. Sometimes you don't need to do the funny, you just have to read that your opponent is a fool. Of all the weapons that Nightfall has. I think the most reliable for just big damage is gonna be the Songbirds. As much as the funny exists, the Songbirds are really where they're gonna be just doing the consistent big damage.
Arena combat aptitude.
So keep that in mind. Also remember, we have assault armor, and that's probably our best setup possible for getting the funny to work. Because we assault armor that we then like quick boost forward and charge shot him. Bing boom. Wow, your quick boost for that is very poor. You don't really have a good booster for Funny Power Slide, but I suppose Funny Power Slide was invented by people, not you.
50%.
There we go. The funny. Keep the train going.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh, that was so close. That would have been so cool. Yes! So far, I have charged pile bunkered every single opponent so far. That will end. I'm sure there'll be opponents that I will just defeat without being able to do that. But so long as I'm doing it, I'm doing it.
Arena
Main system activating combat mode.
This was going to be someone difficult to do that with because Materlink is evasive by intention. Even getting the Songburst to hit is going to be a bit of an ass.
AP at 30%.
Yeah, I've lost. Alright, in this time, let's just try and get a good assault armor shenanigan off. Did that absorb on the shield? Like, did I actually hit that? Nice! It like short circuits the fight. It just is over now.
Arena
Main system activating combat mode.
Do that. Oh, we got one. It was shielded. I'm not really bothered by that fact. Well, didn't get an unshielded charge, but I did get a charge. I'm good with that.
Arena combat.
Knowing how many ACs are in the arena, if I want to get through all of this in like good time, I basically need to allocate 1 minute, maybe 1 minute and a few seconds per fight. But given that I don't have the tools to perform extremely fast stagger, I don't know if I can do the bunny fast enough. How the heck? Okay, you just stood there for some reason. I'll take it. I don't know why they just stood there for no reason, but as mentioned before, I will be taking it.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Consider that worthwhile. Alright, first opponent, I did not charge hit. Goes to show. The enemies generally get more difficult as the arena goes on. In theory. Now this one I'm going to have a hard time hitting at all.
Main system activating combat mode.
This one's going to require good use of the missiles and the gun. Yes! That's a shortcut. Didn't even get the shield. Love it.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, so I got the charge, I got the power slide uppercut. It didn't actually kill them, but it did a good job. Also, high Capra.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, they shielded. That's okay. I was sort of doing that slowly.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
You got an idea? Didn't work. I lost to Iguazu. I know you never left, but it did also start considering you a raider from Rabobo, so
Main system activating.
even if you
combat
didn't
mode.
left, even if you didn't leave, you did re-arrive. Goodbye, Iguazu. Okay, so we did indeed lose some time on Iguazu, which we made back by that particular second fight being very fast. Shinob. Rokumon Sen.
Main system activating combat mode. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
If I lose after being awesome, I'm gonna be unhappy. I'm unhappy. Guess I better just do it again. And I can do it better this time, because now I know they're gonna shield, I can go up in assault armor, do the super counter. Alright, let's do this. No, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm doing it.
Main system activating combat mode.
Again! I'm in. Okay, yeah, that was speedrun levels of speed. We're good. Rokumon's is done. Time for Volta. Volta's gonna need some softening up, being a tank. In the literal, like, treaded sense. And also
Arena
the stylistic sense of being able to absorb a lot of damage without
Main
parrying.
system activating combat mode.
Hello. Bit too far.
AP at 30%.
Oh. For Pater. Pater is evasive, but Pater also has a melee weapon. So I should time my power dunk to when
Main system activating combat mode.
I'm being meleeed. So really the best solution here is to just walk forward and let him hit me. Okay, no, he uses the charge melee. This is actually going to be complicated then. Oh, that almost hit.
At 30%.
Okay, try this again. Now that I know that I can't really let him melee me.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's start with this. Success. That was good.
AP at 30%.
I'm gonna be hard pressed to finish this off because he's got thermal armor and I'm out of AP.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Okay. So close. So very close. I think I went back to the...
Main system
Yeah, no,
activating
okay.
combat mode.
Alright. There we go. That's what I should be doing. I saved all that time back. Sula.
Main system activating combat mode.
Done. Out. We're saving time. Shadow Stick's going to be evasive. We go for the slow whittle down strategy.
Main system activating combat mode.
Unless... Oh, this is a golden opportunity.
50%.
Okay, just finish it. Done. Let it be known, pile bunk strats are fun. Let it be known. How am I gonna hit Tsubasa? Wait, I know exactly how I'm gonna hit Tsubasa.
Main system activating
Almost goes without
combat
saying.
mode.
I know you want to.
AP at 50%.
Yes! Yeah! What?
AP at 30%.
I got robbed. That was perfect, except I missed. That was everything I wanted from that engagement, except I missed.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Bit far. Too far to the side.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Do the core expansions take different times to cool off? Is that what I just learned here? Interesting. Well, Carla time. I think I'm going to go for an immediate assault armor to nullify the skies and eliminate the missiles. Because assault armor does that. It just sort of eats projectiles when it goes off.
Activating combat mode.
At the moment it goes off. That clears the sky for a little bit. Now I can do that. Kaboom. Quick fire. Dead.
Main system activating combat mode. AP at 50%.
Gotcha. It astonishes me that I am actually making time back with this. Hull Bunker really does short circuit fights. That's kind of the splendor of it.
Activating combat mode.
Ooh, bit too.
AP at 50%. AP
Too
at
late.
30%.
Darn it. I mean, a rusty fight's still fast. I just feel bad about technically losing it.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay. I don't know why I paused. saved it. I don't think Milktooth will go down in one pile bunker, but I do think that Milktooth will be very easy to hit. He's not very fast, and he very much just wants to walk towards you and use the flamethrower.
Main system activating combat mode.
It's gonna make it hard for me to gauge distance because he's behind a pillar of fire, but outside of that, should be easy picking. Like so. The rare double funny against somebody who doesn't have a shield. The shield weapon. Like the back-mounted shield thing.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
Done. Okay, that was Nile. Time for Snail. Snail's gonna be tough because he's gonna Jet Lance to pierce through, which means I can't use it as an opportunity to charge him. Unless I dodge it and then do the, like, melee boost, melee power slide combo in actual.
Main system activating combat mode.
Not the basic version I've been doing where I just quick boost and power slide out an assault boot, assault armor. There's options here. Almost. I think I should just go for the Songbird in that situation. Ow. Ow.
At 30%.
Well, it worked out anyway. Nail is down. Time for Chartreuse. Chartreuse is going to be fine. I think the Songbirds might not help.
Arena
Main
But,
system
you know,
activating
mid-long
combat
range bullet missile combination, quick boosting around the things, and doing a power slide combo to destroy, I think would work fine. Can't just shield or assault armor in because Chartreuse has a shield. So I gotta save it for that. Like so.
AP at 50%.
Done. So Mayan, a tricky one.
Arena
Main system activating combat mode.
I was predicting a successful stagger there. It did not happen.
AP
Well, it worked, even though it wasn't true. Flap. Hey, King. It's me, Nightfall.
Main system.
Here to pile
activating
bunk you for
combat
some
mode.
reason. It's like be easy to make an opening because King has like the perpetual seal. Songbirds will need to be used to make that opening.
AP at 30%.
Wow.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Okay. Next time, use the assault armor to counter theirs. They like to use it offensively. That's good for me. Good.
50%.
Finish. Finished. Michigan time.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Could have done that. Now I'm losing because I didn't.
At 30%.
Leave it to Michigan to win. Michigan.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
When you play as Nightfall, I feel like you get a view into how the devs sort of expected the pinnacle of AC fighting to be. At least in one aspect. Ow. Additionally, ouch.
50%.
Done. Time for Freud.
Final arena combat.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Alright, Freud. Freud is basically Archivist Nightfall. I don't know if that makes them better or worse. It makes them blue. It makes them dead. Mind Alpha, we're gonna have starting to have some problems because I want to get close with the pile bunk.
Main system.
So these
activating
people are
combat
well
mode.
guarded. So fall back to the Songbirds for a bit. Treat this fight like a more full-on fight. Failure.
AP at 50%.
Tried.
AP at 30%.
I really did.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Darn it. That was a good consolation prize, I think.
At 30%.
Wow, I am losing.
Main system activating combat mode.
Very good. Should have done that sooner. Time for beta. If everything goes well, like I don't have any major further roadblocks, we should be back to ahead of schedule, astonishingly enough.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh, I should have called armor, right. Do that. Failure. Success.
Into
Main system activating combat mode.
I'm gonna do that again. I remember too late that Mind Gamma opens by kicking, and I want to get that melee because it'd be really funny.
Main system
I'll at least do
activating
one
combat
earnest
mode.
try at it. Alpha! I was robbed. Mind Gamma's cheater. Cheater confirmed. Don't know why I did that.
AP at 50%.
Come on, melee me. Well, now don't. Oh no, you had your chance. Missile and gun, missile and gun. Close into stagger and then pile bump to oblivion.
AP at 30%.
Got the reversal. I am on Nightfall now. For full transparency, after Nightfall there are 6 remaining, which I have separated into groups of 3.
integration
One
program.
is
Main system activating combat mode.
Ortis Hal Echo, as expected. The other is Tester Trainer Loader 4. And Nightfall is going to be the last one for the day because it's already been approximately 4 hours. We've still got some good fights to do. The Pile Bunker makes it really fast. I'm enjoying it very much. Ashmead is a good.
at 30%.
Darn it. It's all or nothing, but it's a fun all or nothing.
Main system activating combat mode.
Man. Again, reload. Songbird for good measure.
AP at 50%.
The answer's a lot.
AP at 30%.
It's a lot. Okay, I think our best vector for entry
Main system activating
is to
combat
counter
mode.
their pulse armor. So put on some regular standard aggression and wait for an opportunity. Also, do not make the mistake of trying to kick corporate. It don't work. There we are. I suppose that is good advice. I didn't know it was a tetrapod thing in general. I'm more used to it in the exact circumstance of corporation. But it does make sense.
Main system activating combat mode.
That's this channel. Good. Okay, we are indeed going to be ahead of schedule here. So with the destruction of Rubiconian, we can go straight on to Institute and then the mirror match. And if we're going to be ahead of schedule, we may as well do the tester trainer fight early.
Main system activating combat mode.
Then again, let's not underestimate the final bosses. Darn it. Yeah, I lost my opportunity because you murdered me at the exact same time I murdered you. And by murder, I mean stagger. It's a euphemism. Because if you get staggered, you lose typically.
AP at 30%.
I don't respect the fact that when you fight Institute or Echo, it turns into a...
Activating combat mode.
game turns into a platformer. In a sense.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
We lost time on that. Okay. Mirror. Who are you?
Integration program
I'm you, but
phase
exactly the same.
Main system activating combat mode.
Get hit by your own trick. You have to jump. You think I don't know what you're gonna do? I am you. Perish. Done. Okay, given the interest of dramatic pacing and the fact that we are far too ahead of schedule for this, I'm going to do a 1/3 intermission to do tester and trainer.
Main system activating combat mode.
You know, for how good the dual missiles are, they really cannot be used at close range. Unlike a forward-going missile, which just goes forward correctly. Which, considering my desire to stay slow to do a pile buff on follow-up, is actually working against me. Tester. When you test.
Main system activating combat mode.
I jumped! I didn't plan to jump, but I did jump. Leave it to Contaminated City A, the place where Nightfall lost, to be the terrain that counters Nightfall. It's like poetic or something. There we go. Moving on, our final three. Starting with Ortis.
Raven, all mind was keeping.
Main system activating combat mode.
Well, I missed. Embarrassing, I know.
At 50%.
Surprised that didn't. There it goes. Cool it. Just the one. Penultimate.
Raven.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, that interaction
80%.
did not give me the advantage I wanted, but I am happy about countering at every step. Like, the maneuvers, the choices I made were cool, even if they didn't result in a victory. They resulted in mad style. Yo. Even now I'm losing the plot. Yeah.
Main system
I'm
activating
proud
combat
of the charged pile bunk to counter their charged sword swing. Then they assault armored and I assault armored, but when I assault armored, I didn't have a thing to punish with, was the big problem there. Like that.
at 30%.
Bow down. Now. The final nightfall fight, the final fight of the evening. Echo. Another platformer. Let's see how this goes.
Main system activating combat mode. AP at 50%.
That's fine. That's fine. The pace is in my court.
AP at 30%.
I'll take it. Understandable.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hold back. Do some platforming.
AP at 50%.
Platforming failure. Platforming success. Victory. And with that, to the checklist. Nightfall is complete. This is a big one. On this day, we have completed Corporation Rubiconian Institute and Nightfall all together. I'm pretty sure we accidentally fought Rusty again, even though we weren't supposed to. That's okay, though. I don't mind. Because now, all that is left is 2 Trinities. Ortis, Hal, and Echo. And Tester, Trainer, Loader 4. Loader 4 is actually a late addition. I didn't know if I was going to be doing Loader 4 or not because it's not in the arena. I'll add it in anyway. Let's give Raven some proper representation here. I think it's only fair. Well, with that, I am clear to go and rest. Tune in, if you're watching this live right now, in approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes. Sorry, 2 hours 40 minutes. My mistake. For me to be back on Acela stream for more Ace Attorney the Great. Game 2, Case 3, Part 2. Fun times. Fun times here, fun times there. Just fun times all around. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.